Now, is it not visible, Varun? Varun, it is not visible.
No, sir, it
No,
is not
sir,
visible.
not visible.
Now, no. Oh, earlier it was visible. Yes, I can see it is showing something else. Wait. Hopeful now it is visible. Is it visible now, Varun?
No, sir. It is not still visible. अभी भी नहीं है, sir. So now it is visible.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Now it is visible, sir.
So slide is changing.
Yes, sir. Why to
Okay.
write a paper? Yes,
Yeah,
sir. The slides
yeah,
are also
right.
changing.
Yeah, it's okay. Now it's okay. So should I start now? I think large number of
Sir,
people
I
are
will give a
connected.
brief introduction, sir.
Yeah.
I will give a brief introduction, then you will start, sir.
Yeah, okay. Go ahead, please. Okay.
So I, Varun Kakar, on behalf of the IEEE Uttar Pradesh section and IEEE Young Professionals Affinity Group UP section, welcome you all in this 2023 IEEE UP sections Students and Young Professionals Conclave and Upskills, sponsored and supported by IEEE Region 10, IEEE Young Professionals, IEEE Young Professionals Region 10, and Upskills. This lecture is going to take place in the hybrid mode, and the title of today's lecture is Writing and Publishing the Research Paper. We have the expert speaker, Professor S.N. Singh, sir. Let me give a brief introduction to Professor S.N. Singh, sir. Professor S.N. Singh, sir, obtained his MTech and PhD in Electrical Engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Kanpur in 1989 and 1995. Presently, Professor Singh is the Director, Atal Bihari Vajpayee, Indian Institute of Information Technology and Management, Gwalior, India. And he is basically Professor HAG at the Department of Electrical Engineering, IIT Kanpur. Before joining IIT Kanpur as an associate professor, Dr. Singh worked with the UP State Electricity Board as assistant engineer from 1988 to 1996, with Roorkee University, now IIT Roorkee, as assistant professor from 1996 to 2000, and with Asian Institute of Technology, Bangkok, Thailand, as assistant professor from 2001 to 2002. He was Vice Chancellor of Madan Mohan Malaviya University of Technology, Gorakhpur during April 2017 to July 2020. Dr. Singh received several awards, including Young Engineer Award 2000 of Indian National Academy of Engineering, Khosla Research Award of IIT Roorkee, and Young Engineer Award of CBIP New Delhi 1996. Professor Singh is the recipient of Humboldt Fellowship of Germany 2005 and 7, and Otto Monesset Fellowship of Denmark 2009 and 2010. Professor Singh became the first Asian to receive 2013 IEEE Educational Activity Board Meritorious Achievement Award in Continuing Education. He is also the recipient of INAE Outstanding Teacher Award 2016 and IEEE Region 10 Asia Pacific Outstanding Volunteer Award 2016. Dr. Singh is appointed as IEEE Distinguished Lecturer of Power and Energy Society from 2019 and Industry Application Society for 2019 to 2021. He is also recipient of NPSC 2020 Academic Excellence Award and 2021 IEEE Industry Application Society Outstanding Educator Mentor Award. His research interests include power system, restructuring, facts, power system optimization and control, security analysis, wind power, etc. Professor Singh has published more than 550 papers with an H-index of 60 and citation of 14,000 plus in international national journals, conferences, and supervised 41 PhDs. He has also written 31 book chapters, 8 edited books, and 2 textbooks, one on electrical power generation, transmission and distribution, and the second is Basic Electrical Engineering, published by PHI India. Professor Singh has completed 3 dozens of technical projects in India and abroad. His 2 NPTEL YouTube video lectures on HVDC transmission and power system operation and control are very popular. Professor Singh was the chairman IEEE Uttar Pradesh section for 2013 and 2014, IEEE Region 10 Asia Pacific Conference and Technical Seminar Coordinator from 2015 to 2018, and R10 Vice Chair Technical Activities for 2019 and 2020. Dr. Singh is Fellows of IEEE, IET UK, Indian National Academy of Engineering, Institution of Engineers India, AAIA, IETE, and AVH. Today we feel very privileged to welcome you all. To welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Varun, for a very elaborate introduction. And my this talk, I'll try to be in the bilingual. Means I'll talk Hindi and English together so that it can have an impact and you can understand properly. Because all these viewers are mostly from the India, so I think it will be having more impact. And since it is sponsored by young professionals, and one of the big concerns for the young professionals, because they are just migrating from the student member to going to be GSM or going to be directly member, it is a transition period. And those are going in the academics, they certainly need what will be the how to write the paper and how to get it published. You will agree with me, many people are having good ideas, good results, good all the things, even though concepts, but they could not get the papers in the top rated journals, transactions, or you can say, even though some best conferences. So, what is liking? I found in my whole career, because I have been more than 34 years in the teaching, research, as well as the industry. I believe that the big problem is that we are not very proper to write the paper. No doubt, English is another bottleneck, because once we write the English, our English is not very much grammatically correct. But nowadays, the Grammarly is there. A lot of tools are there which you can correct. There were times when these tools were not there. We were facing huge problem in writing the good sentences with the proper, articles, nouns, pronouns, and as well as the, the verbs. But now we are having the huge tools where you can check your parallelism, you can check your sentences, you can check your grammar, all the things are available. But still, there is a need that everyone should know that how we can present our work. It may be theoretical, it may be practical, it may be the conceptual, it may be the state of art, and the review papers, and also many type of variety of the papers. So the question before writing, the first question start why to write the paper? What is the need of the paper? Really, it is necessary, but I think few would disagree with the proposition that the research is incomplete until unless the result has been communicated. Suppose what you are doing, what you have having the idea, unless until other people are knowing, nobody is going to recognize your work. Nobody recognize to your all your effort as well. So the motivation for the publishing paper may be one or following for any individual, depends upon you can see which one you fit in. So first, that to be known for the work and accomplishment. For many things for us, for example, for me, I am a HG professor, I am the director, I have more than 500 papers, I have supervised more than 42 PhD, those are working in the IITs, they are at the level of various are the professors. Many are even out of the country. So why I'll publish? What is the need of this? But still, I do research, I publish research. Again, it is basically it is a fund, it is a passion, it is getting the accomplishment. So all the things, so it is depending upon the level. Those are senior and having large number of papers, they are having some, their passion is continuing and they try to publish. They work it and try to publish in the reputed journals as well. Many sometimes suppose you are having something idea. Really your idea is correct or not. How to know? You have to write somewhere. You have to write in the article. You can present somewhere. You can discuss. You can give them lectures. So all this, your idea can be discussed with other people, and then you will be sure, or anyone giving comments, then you will be getting that your concept is correct. Many always we want that why not my paper? Suppose I have a few couple of papers, then I will try you. Why not my paper in IEEE transactions? Why not my paper in journals, in nature journals? So again, this always we see why not the best journal so that its reader should be highest, its impact factor is most highest, and also it is well recognized. So we try to that. Many times we write the paper to attend the conferences because it is truly because I want to visit certain places. So I also write a paper along with that. Okay, let us go and write my concept, my paper, and also visit that place. So we, based on the conferences, we write the conference paper. Otherwise, everyone will agree to publish their paper in the good journals. But sometimes we don't get. So we try to even a small work, something we basically send at the various levels or various level of conferences. In the conferences also, as you know, there's variety of the conferences, various levels of conferences, and so on and so forth. I'll come later and I'll tell you. Many times we write the paper to record the developments of their archival values, because once it is the paper is there, so you can suppose some concept is there, and once you have published the paper and it is recognized, then you can claim this is your work. Either you can go for the patents or you can go for the writing the paper. So if both is a patent, sometimes requires longer time because it requires sometimes 2 years, 3 years time to get it published. It's granted. Publication maybe require 1 year or so. So that will be longer. But in the publication, it is sometimes very short. It can be 6 months. It can be 1 year. Your paper can be through. Sometimes also it requires 2 years or so in some of the journals, and many revisions are there. So it is to have your words, your concept, your development to be basically recorded and can be archived, and you can say, claim it is your work later or even though whenever you require. Another, we write the paper many a times, and it is very true in our country, many institutions, they force you that you cannot get the PhD degree unless until you are having certain number of papers in SCI, in any journal. So that is also now attached with that, so that people are forced to publish their papers, and that sometimes these papers are also required for promotion. That they say, oh, SCI paper 4 will be there, then will become professors. So it is also required in that sense that it will be, we have to write the paper accordingly. Now, we decided that we have to write the paper. Now the question, that's where to send. And we know there is a two type of way that we can publish. One is in conferences, another is journals and magazines. Why I say magazines? Because many a times you are having good, even though articles you can write in the good magazines, even the technical magazines, although even though sometimes other is the technological magazines, they are there. So in that, even though you can also write the journals, that's why I'm saying journals, public magazines. Even though many times people write in the newspapers. Suppose you have certain ideas, certain things you have developed, a lab work, etc. So then even though you can write in the papers also, even though many times they ask for the editorials, they ask for something, new technology developments if you're doing, they can, that can be also, that can be, that can be there. So the conference first. So conference is easy to get published because and it requires minimum time. And nowadays, a lot of mushrooming of the conferences. So conference is one option where people can submit the paper and easily they can do. So the many type of the conferences there are. Some conferences accept the full paper. And also sometimes some conferences say, look, it cannot be more than 5 to 6 pages. So again, your idea, your concept, a lot of work is required to minimize even, to optimize your what you want to tell or say in that paper. You should be in the pages or 6 pages. Many conferences, there is no restrictions. Okay, you can publish even though 10 to 15 pages. And but many conferences, if you are going exceeding, they charge it also. So the lot of things, the full paper is required. Many a times they ask for the very abstract, and they ask basically the extended abstract that can be used as a review, or it can be also published as abstract only, and the remaining the person, especially those are big charts and good speakers, normally they don't write the paper and they write the abstract and start speaking as a keynote, plenary. You can say whatever you can say, various lectures are people are organizing in the conferences. That is basically is done by this. So even though many conferences are there, those are basically they don't come with the proceedings. They simply come with the souvenirs, or some of the selected paper can go to the journals, some papers, variety of the things. Many a times they will only publish a few things and it will be given to others. It is not, earlier it was there, but nowadays at least people are putting in the nets or web pages, etc. That is there. So the international conferences with the proceedings, and many international conferences with the general papers options. They say, well, look, some selected papers will go to the general review and it will be published either by after review or without review. It is there are some changes because many times what happens, the conference paper is there like Springer, directly this conference paper goes to the Springer series or, Springer Singapore Nature. It is going and it is published. But many times it is saying, look, this conference paper should be revised at least 33% extra revision or new values should be there. So it will be considered for the review of the another journal. So that is also there. Like even though if it is a industry application society of IEEE, if it is a conference, it is a taken paper. So they say that there should be some changes, at least 25% extra new work should be there inside for the consideration of the transactions in that. And many times they are through if you are really good papers you are having. So that is basically the, even though some special issue they go for that. So all this variety of the, even though conference paper going in the journals are there, starting with the very low journals and also is a very high journal. That is also possible. Another people say the national conference. It is a very fun. Normally nobody is saying it is a national conference. Very few national conferences and they are very popular. For example, I can say we are having one national power system conference. No doubt it goes to IEEE Explore. Its paper in IES Society, it can go in the transactions for the review. But we say national because we started in India, but many papers are coming from the US and the Europe also. So we started long back somewhere in the 1980s, it's a national conference. We are having National Power Electronics Conference. We are having National Communication Conference, NCC. Is very powerful, a very, very good conferences are there. But nowadays, all people are trying to use it as an international because international words very liked by the people, liked by the even the paper those are submitting. And if you're right now you are saying national conference, if they are not in the very high series, nobody will be going to send the paper in your conference. So the national conferences with and without special issues are also possible, and it is there many like institution of engineers. They are doing these type of conferences. IIT is also doing, IST is also doing all these many conferences, national, and others are also institutions, because there are some restrictions in international, although you can add the name, but you require some of the experts, keynotes, papers from outside the nation, that is also required. So I said the variety of conferences, like IEEE conferences, we are having the Springer conferences, we are having the Expedia, that is the Elsevier conferences. So the conferences are also, even though American Physics Conference, many variety of the conferences are there in our country. And that is basically, you have to see where to send and which type of indexing they are doing. Like we say, oh, Scopus conferences are better because it is recognized by our country in the many cases. For your degree, for your promotion, other things are there, and also it is for ranking of the institutions. That is important because they take all the data from the Scopus rather than the Google Scholar. Another is your journals, and very high rated international journals are there, like Nature is treated as the highest, and it's very competitive and very high value. Basically, the journals, and saying, impact factor is very high. Another well known, like having we say the quartile 1 or Q1 type of journal. So we are having all the journals, those are SCI, they are categorized in the 4 categories: Q1, Q2, and Q3 and Q4. So the top 25 journals are basically in the Q1 categories, and they are treated as the very highest rated, apart other than Nature. Nature is also coming in the Q1 journals. So that is there. Many international journals, they say international, but it has a local flavor because mostly papers are coming in the certain region, certain countries, certain community. So that is also there. And again, you have to decide. And many national journals are there. We are having Institution of Engineers Journal. We are having IET Review. Many Indian journals, like we are having CPRI Journal, Central Power Research Institutes. Even though we are having Sadhana, many journals are basically published by India, but nowadays the paper are coming from the international side also. And that is basically, but it is a name is written as a national journal also, it is happening. Many are the paid journals. Now it's most of the online journals are the paid. You have to give this processing charges, and sometimes it's very high. Like IEEE SS is a very high price they charge for the publication in the IEEE SS. Now, many times they give options. Do you want your paper should go to the open SS, because open SS journals are, it is cited more. So many people are even paying for that. Even though IET, as you know, it was earlier with the IEEE and IET both were together in one bundle, but now IET journals, now earlier it was IEE was known, it is published from UK. Now it is basically all its issues, all its variety of journals are paid journals. They are very high rated. It's very high rated. They are in Q1 journals, but they are also paid. Many low quality paid journals are there, and many institutions say, look, I don't want the paid journal still, but now it is going to be changed very soon. All across the globe now, IEEE's transactions are also online and they are paid. So the many journals are coming with the paid journals, and in the future, maybe all the paid journals will be recognized. But we have to see which are the which category, because that is the basically requirement of yours. So I already talked, internet journals, they don't publish the hard copy. They publish only online. You can see archivals are there, and based on that you can download there, give the page number, etc., and then it is basically internet based. So it is there, and those. So you have to decide before writing. You have to decide where, for what you are going to write the paper: conference, journal, which type of. It is visible my slide, please. Can you see my
Yes, sir, it
slide?
is visible, sir.
Okay.
Sir, visible,
Because
sir.
sometimes it's okay. Now we have decided to send the paper where we want, but the writing of the paper style almost for all the journals are same. Almost. I'm not talking about the single column, double column, synopsis, keywords, other things. Maybe here and there. Maybe affiliation is here and there. But in totality, 95% papers almost written in the same fashion. So first we have to see, we have to organize. We have to organize our work. And in the organizing the paper, following points should be basically considered. One is, what are the key idea of the paper? Because you are writing the paper, you are writing the value additions. So what value addition you are going to do? That should be very, very clearly defined, and that should have in your mind, because that is required while moving or proceeding further writing the paper. Then you have to see what are the supporting idea to be subordinated, because many things you cannot put everything, because it's not a book. Already said it has the limitations of number of words, number of pages, number of characters. Many sometimes many journals put a lot of restrictions over that. So what are the other idea from where, and what is the you have a relation with the previous works where you are having some value additions also and so forth. So that is basically, it is also should be having your mind. Another, what details need to be included? Already I said there are the limitations of the pages. So what are the main? Because even though not limitations, if you are writing all the existing garbage things, people will not appreciate, and normally it will be rejected, or it will be basically not considered for the publications. So then you have to be very precise. You should also be, it is very important, because it's not only the, cropping the words, or you can say sentences, are deleting one paragraph, two paragraph, but it is, you have to see what basically the good material should be also added. So that you have to add the material, you have to delete the all, you can say, obsolete or other materials, so that should be very, very important, and it should be having in your mind. Second, what is the emphasis? Means your work is a data type. Yeah, it has developed some new methods. What is your recommendation? What is an application of that? And what is novelty in the design, and whether it's a design analysis? So it is a variety of, right? It's a lot of papers are the different. Many people go for the survey only. They basically go and the survey for the main thing, and then based on the data collections, they analyze and they report, and they and conclude based on that and give the recommendations. So it is basically, you have to see which type of work you are doing. Not always the works are always you are devising a new development, new technology or new device. It is not possible. So even though a device existing, what are the improvement you are doing in that? So that's why you are having the technological side, or you can say data science, or you can say policy side, or you can say survey side. So many variety of the things are there, and those can be written in the paper, and we basically to decide, and you have to do it. Then how long you have to have in mind. Then what should be chosen for the main illustration and the tables for the data. Suppose your paper is the data, or your paper you are having the technological development, but some of the data, your results are there. So it is form of the data. You can represent in terms of figure. So you have to see what amount of the figure, what amount of the data you have to see, and also with the limited pages. So always it is preferred that when your results are there, or even though you are having summary, review paper, still is that you can have a tabular form, you can have a graphical form. So always you should not have the monotonous in terms of writing. It is also best to have provide the summary, you provide the data, and in terms of either figure or in terms of tables. So that is also required, and that should be thought in your mind. And that's why I'll coming to how to do all these things about the figures, tables, and other things in the later slides. I'll explain to you. Another that sometimes, suppose you have a big derivation. So normally many journals, they say, look, all these things, that derivation, lemma, theory, theorem, etc., can be sent to the appendix, means enter the paper, so that those are interested, they can go and read. But if you're making inside the paper, it becomes very lethargic. It's very, looks ugly in terms of readers. And they say, oh, what is this? So it is also, you can decide what could be your appendix that is going in that one. So that's basically you can also think of. Now coming to the paper writing. So now everything is clear to you. And now we have to go further, writing the paper. In the writing the paper, first, as you know, it is a that is the best. First, you have to decide the title, because most of the journal paper is start with title of the paper, followed by author's name and its affiliations. Their affiliations, basically. Readers mostly read the paper by looking the title of the papers, and therefore the title should be self-explanatory about the contents of the paper. You know, if you search anywhere, either in Google or any search engine, you know, first thing it happens, it selects from the title, and second sometimes goes with the keywords. So these two are the indexing words basically used. If you want your work should be cited, your work should be read by many people, then your title should be very good. And also the title should be not very boring. It should not be a sentence. It should be having some it's a name. For example, if my name is SN Singh, so it is SN Singh. We should not write it is my name is SN Singh. It's not a sentence. It is basically the title. So the title should not be very long, and it should not be very short also. And normally what we should, your title should not be more than 2 lines of that paper, of that fonts, because they say it should write in 24 font, bold, whatever they write. It is not 12.2 lines. It is, I'm talking, it is 24 plus the 2 lines. Many times it is not possible to accommodate in the 2 lines. So then you can think of 2.5 lines. But if it is 1 line, it is the best option. But many times, a lot of things we miss in the title. First thing, in the title, we write a lot of abbreviations. And if it is a new abbreviation, people will not understand. And then your paper will be skipped. Many times, to minimize the lines or characters or words, we write abbreviation also. For example, if you want to write artificial intelligence, you can write AI. Everybody knows it. But many a times, suppose you write something, flu disease, so you write FD, let's suppose. Mind, FD is the used for the many other purposes as well. So that will creating the confusion, and it will be unnecessary here and there. Sometimes it will be picked up, sometimes it will be not picked up by the readers. So you can write, and you should be very cautious about the writing this. And also, this should reflect, once I read the title, I should know, without reading a paper, what it will be the inside approximately. He can guess. And that's why then he will see, any reader will be basically look at the title, then he will go inside to read your paper. It will be basically, for example, I'm searching some papers, what to do in that area. I put the keyword and so on and so forth. And based on that, your paper may come. So I'll see, oh, this will be useful or not. So that's the title is a very important. Then normally affiliation, other things, already styles are there. Based on that, you can write, no issue. Then what, even though after that, many IEEE type of papers, they go for the abstract. I'll come abstract later, but and later then keywords they ask it. So here the suitable keywords are some papers required to give the keywords. Normally the keywords requires are not more than 10 words, sometimes 5 words, and it should not be very lethargic. What is exactly in your paper, you have to write those words. Keywords, it is always paper, and it should be minimum as possible. So the keywords are normally used for indexing purposes, and therefore write those keywords which are related to your work. Means your work means this paper where you are writing. So that is the keywords are also. Sometimes people require the keywords before your abstract. Can you mute? Yeah. So that's sometimes before the abstract, the keywords are used. Many papers like IIT, they require this. So it is a position and template, etc. You have to see the journals. Our conference template you have to follow and exactly follow. Because again, I should warn here many times. Yeah. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you are
Yes,
audible,
yes.
sir.
Okay. So many times what I've found that people see the template, but never follow the template. That is another, you can say, it's a disaster simply, I can say. Because we should follow strictly same way. Why this is important? I found that if I read this paper and it's not through the template, I'll say a person who cannot write even the template which is given in that, how he has done the work in that. That concept of the reviewers is starting in the mind and simply they reject it. So you should follow that what is the template given as much as possible. Suppose there is no template. What you will do? You take the previous journals, previous conferences of same series, you can see, and based on that you can write. So that is possible, but you should follow template. Another is then you should write the abstract or synopsis. Many times there's known as a synopsis. Many journals they ask us. Many journals they say as abstract. After the title, abstract are the widely read other than document itself. ये सबको पता है कि abstract title and abstract पहले आता है. Many a times, even though बहुत से conferences में जो IEEE एक्सप्लोर वाले हैं, उसमें ऑर्गेनाइजर टाइटल और abstract ही छापता है. और यदि वो abstract जब किसी को देते हैं तो abstract यदि पढ़ लेता है तो उसको पता होना चाहिए इसमें क्या है, तभी वो आपके पेपर को जाके डाउनलोड करेगा, अनडाउनलोड करके उसको पढ़ेगा, अदरवाइज वो कहेगा इसमें कुछ भी नहीं. So the abstracts are basically it's very important. Other than the document title पहले, then basically it is abstract. So many readers will not read the full paper because the abstract gives all information that they need. Because based on that information, they will say, oh, ये पढ़ने लायक नहीं है, skip it. So your paper will be not cited, not read, for which you were interested that your paper should be cited. People should work on your ideas and they should publish more and cite your papers more and more. Now, this is clear that the abstract is very important. Now, another is what will be size of the abstract. Because sometimes people write one-page abstract. No. Unless until is asked the extended abstract, then that is different. It may be 1 page or 2 page extended abstract for the review or for publication. But if you're writing the paper, the abstract is basically, it should not be more than 50 to 150 words. So it will be very concise, but it gives all information of your papers which you are going to publish. So that is a very, very important to you. Basically, the lengthy abstract defeat its purpose. For the review and the survey papers, the abstract should provide the roadmap to the reader. However, for others, it should contain the following 3 elements. In that, normally the abstract should be of 1 paragraph. Sometimes, if it is not possible to accommodate in 1 paragraph, then you can go for the 2 small paragraphs. Okay, so in that whole abstract can be divided in the 3 elements for any good abstract. Okay, so a statement of engineering problem first. First, you have to see why you are going in this area. What are the problems? So a statement is needed. So it should be written in 1 sentence that must show the real purpose of the paper. Because you have to write. For example, I'm writing energy. So we have to write, oh, energy is so important for the growth of any nation. Or you can say, I'm writing a smart grid. You can say smart grid is basically very, very challenging and very, very now need of the nation and it's going to be alarming. So some sort of the engineering statement you have to write about the work where you are going to focus on. The main theme, the broader area, you have to write a sentence of that broader area where you are poking your improvement or you are doing something there. Then second part is an explanation of the proposed approach of the problem. Then you have to write, look, there was some problem, some engineering statement, and based on that, I'm going to do this and that for that statement is required. And it may be 2-3 lines, basically depending upon that. The approach might be analytical methods, design techniques, system conference, device improvement, testing schemes, and many types of whatever the work you are doing, you have to write in the explanation purpose of the approach. Then you have to also write the principal result, what you have achieved. Really, you after doing all this, you have achieved, where you have tested. So that information is basically needed. That's, yes, I tested, I developed this device, and I've also demonstrated somewhere, and it is showing the good results, or it is showing some improvement or something. You should also write at the last. So these three components are required in the abstract. An abstract is easy to write once manipulated. Normally, what we do, we never write before. We write first the paper, and then reading, then we come back to the abstract. Because you don't know where you are emphasizing, what is going to happen in your paper. So the abstract part, you can keep it away, having in your mind, you write the paper, and based on that, you have to write your. Normally, the conclusions and abstract, we write at the end. Even though sometimes introduction, we write at end. At end means at the later stage. So then after that, introduction is needed for each paper. So introduction for the most author, it is a most difficult and troublesome section of the paper. How to start? One thing, and what to start. That's also very, very troublesome. Really, if you want to write a very good paper, if your introduction is very nicely written, it will be basically giving glimpse to the reviewer about your work. And it should have a very logical writing. It is not just garbage you are writing. You should be very focused, but it should be very compact and critical. That will be deciding your work, because your work results, nobody is going to verify. They are not going to be, your methodology can be verified. They can check, but your results, whatever you are saying, a reviewer has to agree, because he's not going to simulate your work again and saying, oh, this simulation is wrong or right. So that is a very, very tough task, but it should be written, and it is a need. So that's I'm going to say. So it is not always easy to find just right word and best way to introduce the subject matter. Subject matter means where you are going to write the paper, which area that you are writing. So for preparation of introduction, some of all information elements should be considered. First, you have to write the purpose, why you are doing your work. So that is required. Then definition of the problem. Then the background of the previous work. That is a very, very important. What people have done, because you are not going to do new. Maybe you are going to do new. Then you write, it's the first time it's happening. Nobody has attempted. Nobody has done it. But I'm sure it is not that very new. Normally, we do the research is application oriented with the certain people have used or done certain help in that your methodology or system design or so on and so forth. Then chief contribution of others. So if they have done, then you have to write very critical review what they have done and what they have not done. So what they have not done, that will be your motivation. Normally what we do in thesis, because we say, oh, these are the things and these are the research gaps. Research gaps is basically the contribution you are going to fill it. You are going to work in those areas. So that is needed. Then scope of your manuscript. If paper is long, then what we do, we basically outlined also. This section says this section says this. If it is a long paper, normally we do. Otherwise, short paper, it is not required at all. Now, here I'll tell you. In this also, your introduction, first paragraph is related to the first line of your abstract. For example, you are doing certain improvement. Suppose you want to have certain control. Then you have to write those controllers, why they are the control is what is the importance of that work you are going to do. So the one paragraph is required for that in the beginning. Second, third paragraph or fourth paragraph, that what people have done the previous one in that area. And you should write the critical review with the citation of their work, means the reference number, etc. That will be basically in your references of your paper. So that you have to write very critically. You have to write if they have done good, you should write good. And wherever there is a gap, wherever they have not attempted, that you should write. And thereafter, you should tell that what you are going to do. What is your significant contribution that would very clearly highlight what you have done in this novelty? What is the contribution? What is significant? That is normally we search as a reviewer. That's what is the new thing in this. So once you are writing new thing, then people will having this mind, and then they will go to the read your body of the paper and other works, etc. So that is a very, otherwise they'll say, oh, it is not clear what is the new things he has done. And based on that, most of the papers are rejected. Oh, significant contribution is not there. It is not clear what he has done. So that part is a very, very important. That is basically needed here. Then coming to the body of the manuscript. Means after that, we have to divide the paper. First, the introduction. Then it will be many, many things will be there. The part and the end will be your conclusion, references, and appendixes, right? And sometimes a biography also. So in that, a conventional way to plan the manuscript is to construct the flexible outline having the two interacting purposes. One is to save the technical information in the logical order, and other is help to organizing and thinking about the paper. So what you have to do, you have to divide your complete body of the paper other than your introduction, other than your conclusion. So you can write, it may be methodology, or you can write, sometimes people write the state of art, separate section they also give. Sometimes they ask about the data, sometimes ask about the formulation, sometimes they give even the flow charts, and so on, so forth, many, many things. And then they go for the results, then they can go for discussions also. So these are the various sections are formed. In that sections, you can have many subsections, so that you can be having the many, many words. So in that, it is you have to write on the pencil, or remember the piece of paper where you're writing now, the pencil is not required because the computer always does it. So you can write the various sections and also various subsections, and then you can start filling in that. But it is always, you should have a mind. There should be continuity to the reader. You should not have abrupt change in the reading. Because I'm reading this section, so it should be related to the previous. It is not that you can say, look, I'm doing this, and you can refer to another section, even though it's coming at the end of the paper. You should be in such a way that you should refer the previous sections in the next section, the coming recent section. So it is a very, very important. You should be very, very clear about that. Another, the style of section and subsection are generally given in the Hello, I'm audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible, sir.
Yeah. Actually, the one phone came, so that's why I off and
yes,
then, okay. So now, okay. So the style of the section and subsections are generally given in the guidelines of the paper or, journals, conferences. If nothing is available, then it is preferable to see the previous issues of the journal concern. The complex mathematical derivations should be placed in the appendixes of the paper, which is placed at the end of the paper. Why I'm talking? Many times, what you do the mistakes. You write the section, for example, the section 1 or section 2. In certain, let's suppose you're writing all in the capital words. Section 3, upper and lower case. Section 4, something else. You should be very clear, I'm telling you. The style of the section, all the sections of the paper should be the same. Whether it's a capital, all words, or it is upper and lower, or it is a bold, whatever you are writing. It is the same font, same style. Style means it is including the font as well as its, font as well as the style means italics or whatever you can say, bold font, another thing. That is then also the is thickness. What is the size of this? So sections and subsections, it should be always, you should write in the same style. What happens? Sometimes we are very, very ignorant, and that creates a lot of problem to that, which is very, very bad, I tell you. Because people say, oh, he's not able to write. Sometimes you copy somewhere. So what happens is style is remaining same. Even the first section is a different style, second section is a different style. Please. So try to be very uniform in terms of writing the sections style. Similarly, subsections, subsections are so and so. It is given. If you read any paper, you'll find that people are doing. So that you should follow. That's why here I'm warning, because this is a very, very big mistake people do. Another in the body of here, the structure of the main sections are built in a way that it strengthens the concept of the manuscript. The adoption of good and descriptive headings of the section and subsections are important because well-written headings are not only aid to the readers, but also reminder to the authors to keep in the focus in the content of each section. You see, what happens? Many people write one section and they write 2 pages. Please don't do that. You should break those because it will breaking the monotony of the paper. Because if you keep on, people will not read other sections. If you are having the different subsections in the section, then people will try to read on what is inside. So whatever the required for the authors, he will go there directly, otherwise he will not find where to start and where to end. So it is your sections, in the sections, you should certainly create the various subsections. But it is not that you are having sections and only one subsection. No need, because subsection itself is sufficient. I found you write the section, and in section I found you are writing subsection and no others. So only one subsection is not required at all, because section itself is suffices, and the title should be the name of the subsection what you are doing there. So that is one important you have to do. So you should be breaking the monotony of the paper, and also if you are writing the sections, you are also knowing, that's why it is written. You are also very aware, oh, in this section, its title is this, I have to write this one, not even though very here and there. So it will be avoiding the duplication of the writing in your previous sections or previous subsections to this section. So that is also important. So a strategic choice of the figure and illustrations such as chart. The illustrations are very important. In the body, wherever it's possible that you have to write, you have to present your paper in terms of figures, and also tables are required that improve the presentation. Because if you're writing theory, people sometimes becomes boring for it, just like a novel a person is reading. But you are breaking that monotony, you just introduce the figures, you can say where to bring the figures. For example, there is a steps. You can write in the flowchart. That is a figure. If your flowchart, it is running text. It's the step 1, step 2, step 3. That can be converted in the flowchart. So try to introduce some figures also in the manuscript. Your data and other things as those results can be also in the tabular form as well as in terms of your figures. So try to use that one. So strategic choice of the figure illustrations such as charts, diagrams, drawing, photographs for the paper will certainly improve and strengthen it. And many a times, even though people say one figure tells thousands lines. So more than thousands lines a figure tells, so you can say it will also squeeze required your one. Many times what happened, I found, people give the figure, but never cite the in text what you are going to talk in this figure. Simply people say seen in the figure. If you're writing the figure, you should write a couple of lines about that figure. If you're writing the table, write a couple of lines about the table, what table is saying. Because table is a big table, what you want to tell, what you want to highlight it. So that should be also written in the text, citing the text, and also writing few lines about the figures and text are also important. But a poor choice will innovatively we can the fabric of the paper, and thus paper choice of illustration is very, very important. And how you can say it's very important, sir. So how I can know when figure and tables are required? You have read many papers. You see how they have written. So it is based on your experiences, based on others to show them. They will give you some idea. Okay, इसको ऐसे कर लो, उसको ऐसे कर लो, ऐसे ऐसे करो तो और उसका fabrics और उसका अच्छा presentation जो कहते हैं. Even though same thing, let's suppose चावल दाल और सब कुछ आपके पास है सब्जी, आपको सब एक ही पर चावल डाल दिया, उसी पर दाल डाल दिया, उसी पर सब्जी डाल दिया. And another way, I put the rice corner, दाल थोड़ा सा आपके उसमें कटोरी में रख दिया, सब्जी कटोरी में रख दिया. You can see this fabric looks very nice. Same things are there. So it is just like even so we give eatables to animals. Everything we mix together. No doubt everything is going in our stomach also mixed. But you can say how we basically do, and then one by one, based on that we do it. So similarly, the paper also, you should be very, very cautious in the terms of presentation. And that's why I'm talking, and it is important to everybody. So the most powerful way to attract reviewers to break the monotony of the text and so on to provide the impact of illustrations, effectively bringing out the contents of the manual. Another I found that sometimes I've seen that people write the paragraphs, maybe one page paragraph, one paragraph in one page. Please don't do this. Try to break. And where the break, you can say this, there is a change, slightly delta change, your idea changes, so you have to break the paragraph. So paragraph should not be more than 5 to 10 lines. And then you have to have the many similarly. If it is a 2 column, again 5 to 10. If it is a single column, 5 to 10 single column. So it is also, it is not a big, it is, you should break, even though review. You can say where to break. Any review you can break anywhere. So that's why person will start with this one. So you should have the smaller paragraphs also. But not, I found many times people write one sentence as one paragraph, which is a very, very killing to the paper. So the paragraph should not be less than 3-4 lines, not less than 3-4 lines. So that is also should be very carefully seen so that we can have the good fabric of the paper so that I can attract reviewers, readers, so that they can follow or they can review and give the proper comment to us. So illustration should be legible, clear, otherwise gives a negative impact. Sometimes we write the figure, it cannot be readable. I put so much data, nobody can read and nobody can understand. What is the hell to give this? What is the fun? So that you should be very, very cautious. Already the fonts and sizes are written in the manuscripts. It is given in the style of the papers, either confidence or journals. It is not should be less than 8 points so that person can read. Otherwise, no need to give. So that you should be also very cautious. And many times comments are this, oh, it is not legible, it is not clear. Axes are there, it is there, but it is nobody can read. They require some microscope or lens to see this. So a reviewer will not have the lens to read that. You should be always seeing. And also it looks very ugly. Sometimes I found some of the text we write very big. Your running text is 10 point or 12 point, but the character in the figure is going to be 24 points or even though very, very big. Looks very, very ugly. Just you see. For example, if you are a very thin person and wearing a very your big one, your shirts very loose, or vice versa. If you are very normal and you are wearing very tight, both are very bad. So similarly, you should be thinking that it looks nice also. In terms of printing, you could say, oh, it looks very nice on this one. That is also important. Not only the what contents you affiliate, you have to also present that what other things are you are doing. Another is the placing of the figures. Where to place? Always put the figures and tables just wherever you are referring, as close as much possible. Sometimes it's not possible because already either your length of the which is a vacant position, or you can say it is available, it can go in next page. But normally don't put before the figure and table and then you are writing about that. So once you are writing about that table, it should be just after that wherever the paragraph break or space is available to you. So the proper placing and explanation are also equally important. It is preferably to put the figures just after the first citation in the text on the same page, if possible, otherwise next page. In no case it should be the place earlier. placing of the figures on the either top or bottom seems to be a better choice. Sometimes editors say that you put on top or bottom in the same page. That is also allowable. The caption of the figure should be the mention along with the number of figures, and it should be placed below the figure. The figure once you are writing, write the just caption. What is this saying? Even though that caption is also very important. What you are writing, so that I can read this figure, I can assess what you are going to tell in that. What about it is? So that is also written in tables. Also, the caption is written on the top of the table. Figure we write the just below of the figure. So table tends to save the space, providing the condensed information in the meaningful form. Tables are generally used in presenting the data and other results. Some journals ask to provide the table and figure on the separate pages. Many journals say, look, don't put inside. Simply in bracket, you can say table 1, but the table should be separate pages because they do the typesetting. So that is also required. If they say so, you have to do so. So that is basically important. Otherwise, you can write the table just below that, where you have referred it. If it is not mentioned in the table, should be placed near to wherever it has been cited in the text. One advantage of tabulating the information, either numerical or verbal, is that it helps to organize the new ideas in the manuscript and sometimes even the discover new relationship amongst the data. If you see the data presentations, then you can correlate, you can analyze, any others can analyze, and based on that you can write. So you are putting the data in tabular, even though you can get a lot of information and you can write in your text. So that it is not simply mentioned, see this table, it is not sufficient. You have to write about the table, but very limited. It's not that you are still writing all the data which is there. So that conciseness and that the precise is required. Sometimes it is an advantage to omit a table. Tabulate the information only when doing so will make the text more understandable and will not duplicate the data in terms of text. What happens? Sometimes I write, even though sometimes figure and tables both. We write table also, figure also. No. You write, if you are drawing figure, don't write the table. If you are writing table, don't draw the figure, or vice versa. So sometimes what we do, sometimes figure, sometimes table, and so on and so forth, it always looks better. And also in the table, I say, you should not write a big paragraph for the table because the table will be very concise and all the information. What main information you want to convey from the table, you have to write in the sentences and the sites. So the people can they can also correlate. So the main structure element of the well-designed tables are, it should have the title. It should have the box heads where the columns, rows, and other things are there. They are having some headings also and subheadings that required. It has the steps, which contains the line headings, the horizontal rows, normally the independent variables, etc. The fields will be there where you have to put the data, and sometimes footnotes also we put because some abbreviations cannot be coming, so we can write there. Or something we write the footnotes also, the table. There is a footnote below the table, footnote below the pages. Many times the footnotes are there depending upon the style you have to follow. Similarly, for figures also we do all this. Doing all these things, then you have to write the conclusion section. Results and body means it is a methodology, formulation, results, discussion, all these things, body. So earlier introduction, I talked about here. So writing the effective concluding sections. Here, the well-written conclusion brings the main contribution of the paper into the focus. There are several ways to conclude the work. A conclusion, unlikely summary, which concentrates heavily on the results, not only reviews the results, but also interpret them. Because sometimes sometimes you write very general conclusion. Oh, this is improving, this is doing, that. It is a very, very negative impact. If it is improving, how much percentage is improving? What is the impactness? What is the novelty? So that is basically you have to write in the conclusion. Look, after doing all this, you have proven that this is doing this, what you have achieved so far, that should be written. So when conclusion contains nothing important, it gives the readers a negative impression. Oh, kuch kiya hi nahi. To make your manuscript more convincing and credible, some negative aspect also. Sometimes you're doing and something negative, so don't hide. You write. Oh, I find, but this is not happening. This. So it means it is not giving negative. Sometimes you write, oh, I could not do this, I'll do in the future. So that also you can write one sentences at the end of the concluding in that one. So some development papers also point out the direction of future works or future research and applications they also write it. sections should be brief and but potent. So that is basically needed of this. Then last is reference. Reference, the literature references serves a rather various purpose. They show that others have previously done and published, which are very important for the readers to understand your paper. The proper use of references helps to define the novelty and technical requirement, development, some of the description of paper. The style of the citation and the presentation of the reference depicts the journal itself. Many times I find in the same reference, I found that people are using the different style. Sometimes they are writing the name of authors first, sometimes capital author's name, sometimes lower, sometimes even the title of the paper, reference paper in italics, sometimes bold. You should follow the standards of the journals. You should follow what they are showing. Nothing is known, you should follow the uniformity. And that is also very, because never people mind about writing reference. They say, reference to SAE, hamara kaam to nahi. But it gives, it basically breaks the fabric of your paper. And that creates a lot of problems. I always say, you should be the better one, and you should be also, you have to design in the nice way. That is also there. Always I found that's the references and bibliography. Bibliography that we are putting, it is not necessary all the bibliographies are cited in the text. But in the references, whatever the total you are writing, all are cited in the text, in your paper. So this is a difference between the reference and the bibliography. Bibliography is basically for the readings, but most of the times they ask about the reference. And all the papers which you are writing the references in the numbers or in the later words, whatever you are writing, it should be cited in the text. You have to check it. Another is contents and integrity. When authors are responsible for the technical adequacy of the manuscripts, which includes the several aspects, the comprehensive and the accuracy of the data, clarity of the basic concept, adequacy of the approach and the solution, and the main trust of the manuscript, technical analysis and results. Many a times I found people are just manipulating the data and manipulating the results. It will kill you in the later stage whenever it was found. So try to be honest towards the paper writing, your result production, and your analysis, etc. You should be as much as maintain your integrity, ethics, and the moral values here. Many papers, once you have accepted at the Conference General, they ask for the copyright. They also say the plagiarism issue. They say the similarity index. They say it should not be less than this. It should not be more than this. So all the things you have to see, and you have to give the due citation of the works which you have copied. Don't copy. You have to take their works. You can write in your own words, mention their paper that you have taken this concept from there. That's no harm. But as it is paragraph by paragraph, formula as it is, figure as it is, these are basically the copyright issues, and it will create to you. It is creating a lot of issues to you. So be cautious in that. Similarly, the paper what you write, similarly we write the thesis, almost same way. So I'm not going to talk about the writing thesis. It is, you can see the slides. So this ends my presentation, and it's more than 1 hour, of course. So you have any question, so I can take and we can discuss, because this topic is very general and everyone is an expert in the writing paper. So why not let us discuss? If you have anything to your mind, we can discuss now. I will stop sharing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Any question from the participants? Any question from the participant?
Hello. Hello.
Yeah,
Hello, yes.
Be louder, because I think the speaker is not working. Yeah.
Am I audible? Hello.
Yes,
Am I
you are audible.
First of all, thank you very much, sir. Yes. Hello, sir. This is Piyush Kumar Misra from MNIT Allahabad. And first of all, I would like to say thanks for nice presentation, and it was very informative for us. And sir, my question is, you talked about the open access journal like IET, IEEE access. I want to know, sir, is it advantageous for us in the research for my PhD thesis?
Also, we should avoid, because we are the Indian. At this moment, this open access with the paid is not very much acceptable to the, even though our community. It is going to come slowly and slowly. It will be accepted later on. But right now, people say, look, he cannot publish in the good journal. He cannot publish in the SCI index. That's why he is going for the IEEE SS. Are you going here and there? So try to avoid at this moment. I'll simply say try to avoid.
Yes, sir. But sir, you already told about the Q1, Q2. But I think IEEE is the in Q1.
Yeah, Q1. Yeah, it is all IEEE transactions are in the Q1. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Sir, my one question is another. Recently, I submitted a paper in the IEEE General. There were I think 6 reviewers. In that, 5 reviewer has accepted my manuscript, but 1 reviewer has rejected, and overall associate editor rejected that paper. So, what are the criteria for selecting the papers as a associate editor?
Look, I think whatever the normally once we write the review, we accept and reject. Normally, it will be many papers. They don't say whether I have written to you is accept or reject. Many directly, indirectly, they write to the associate editor or editor that there's nothing in the paper. They write very polite in your review part. But many times, if the reviewers, some reviewers are, some associates are so notorious, I do agree that even though doing all the things and very review, they reject it. So simply say it is your luck. Many times it happens with the Indian to Indian. I have known, because I know it is. I know very well. Sometimes Indian associate editor, if the Indian paper is there, he intensely may reject. So that is there is no way to, even though again fight with this. It happens. You can try some other journals, no doubt. If your work and etc. is good, you can try. But we never to fight with them. But what happens? Some internally we write to the editor or associate editor. After review, whatever I'm writing is okay, but we write that paper is not good, or maybe he has copied this or something. Even though some one reviewer he has suppose mined something and he has found oh, you have to copy this, yeah, you have taken, you have not cited this. So sometimes ethical and moral also come into the picture based on that associate editor and the editor of the editor. So there are many reasons. So simply even though everyone's papers are rejected, is not you. Even though our papers are also rejected, don't worry about this.
Yes, sir. Because a majority
you should keep on trying. You can. Sometimes I can tell you one of my paper was not accepted in the conference, and that paper was published in the transaction paper. So don't worry about it.
Okay, sir.
It happens. It's both ways.
Yes, sir.
Both ways.
Because sir, basically, majority of reviewers have accepted, but only 1 reviewers are not accepted. So overall decision is rejected.
It happens, and you have to accept it. You have to.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Anybody else?
Any other question from the participants?
Since there was no mathematics, so I think it is. But large number of participants, they were there. You can see.
Total of 30 participants are there.
Hello.
Yeah. Please.
Good evening, sir. Nirmal Pandey.
हाँ बताइए.
सर मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है. सर जो आपने प्रेजेंट किया सर मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा और थोड़ा सा कंफ्यूजन था रिसर्च पे. एक्चुअली आई हैव ऑलरेडी स्पेंट 4 years in research, but still I haven't written any single paper and every paper has rejected. तो मुझे आप कुछ बता सकते हैं, क्योंकि जो मैंने आपका पूरा सुना मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा और एज एन मतलब जो मैं सोच रहा हूँ, हो सकता है मैं गलत सोच रहा हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे को रिसर्च का उतना आइडिया नहीं है, बिकॉज आई हैव एन एमसीए डिग्री। मैं सॉफ्टवेयर इंडस्ट्री में रहा हूँ एक्चुअली में। फिर मैं टीचिंग में इसलिए आया क्योंकि मैं बीमार था, लेकिन फिर पीएचडी इम्पोर्टेंट थी तो पीएचडी मैंने करी और स्टेट यूनिवर्सिटी से कर रहा हूँ तो कोर्स वर्क भी कर लिया। लेकिन रिसर्च में मैं पेपर में इंटरेस्ट मतलब पढ़ तो रहा हूँ लेकिन ना हो नहीं पा रहा है सर मुझसे, तो मैं उसको कैसे करूँ, मेरी समझ में नहीं आ रहा है सर।
हाँ, नहीं, ये बहुत $1 मिलियन क्वेश्चन है। जब आदमी करने आता है तो उसको नहीं पता रहता करना क्या है, जो कराने वाला है उसको भी नहीं पता क्या कराना, पता ये ढूंढो ये करो।
We don't understand the English. Is that English?
Okay, no sir, I have idea because my guide is very बहुत अच्छे हैं मेरे गाइड, वो डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ मैथमेटिक्स के हैं, वो मुझे बहुत मोटिवेट करते हैं कि कोई बात नहीं, अगर नहीं हो रहा है तो कोई बात नहीं, करते रहो हो जाएगा।
नहीं, एक और चीज आप जाने कि
हाँ सर, वो
ये सब अच्छा है। दूसरी उसमें ये देखिए ना, पहले जब आप पढ़ते हैं उसी को आप एक पढ़ते जाते हो, 4 साल में पीछे क्या पढ़े सब भूल गए होगे। फर्स्ट ईयर में जो भी पढ़ा होगा पहले साल में एक भी याद नहीं होगा, कौन कौन पेपर देखे क्या क्या देखे। जी सर भूलता है, सबको भूलता है। तो इसीलिए मैं बच्चों से ये कहता हूँ कि पहले 1 साल 1.5 साल में जो भी कोर्स वर्क के बाद आपने काम किया, पढ़ा पेपर को लिखो, अपने वर्ड में लिख करके उसमें देखें कि क्या किया क्या नहीं किया। जब 10 लोगों का आप लिखोगे तब लगेगा यार ये तो ये नहीं किया था, इसने किया, इसने नहीं किया देखिए, तो उसको कहते हैं क्रिटिकल रिव्यू। तो हम सबको कहते हैं कम से कम एक पेपर वो आपको एक रिव्यू लिखना था। उससे क्या फायदा है को हम आप बताते हैं। अच्छा सर, रिव्यू लिखने की फायदा है कि वो आपके पास सब डेटा लिखा हुआ है जो पढ़े थे पिछले 4 साल पहले। अभी आप थीसिस भी लिखे, मान लीजिए आपके पास पब्लिकेशन में लिखना है तो वो पेपर तो आप भूल ही जाएंगे कहाँ था कितना उसके बाद लिखना था। वो लिखा रहता है तो तुरंत आपके थीसिस का इंट्रोडक्शन का चैप्टर हो जाता है, रिव्यू का चैप्टर हो जाता है। तो वो सब चीजें पहले ही लिखना चाहिए आदमी को। और कॉन्फ्रेंस में जाकर के थोड़ा सा उसको बताया, जाकर उसको प्रेजेंट किया, उसको दूसरे लोगों को सुना, तो ये इंटरेक्टिव है। तब आपको लगेगा यार ये भी हम कर सकते थे, ये भी कर सकते थे। अपना ही पेपर पढ़ने में लगता था हम ये यूज कर सकते थे, तो उसको कहते हैं क्रिटिकल रिव्यू करना। तो रिव्यू तो आदमी को कराना ही चाहिए जो जिस एरिया में वो आगे बढ़ रहा है, तो उस पर एक उसको पेपर लिखना चाहिए। जो ये नहीं लिखता है उसको गैप ही नहीं पता चल सकता कि यार करना क्या है। तो ये भी एक आइडिया है।
अच्छा सर, दूसरा एक क्वेश्चन ये था कि ऐसा क्यों है सर कि इंडिया में आईआईटी हो गया, इंडियन इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ साइंस हो गया, यही जैसे आप हैं, मतलब आपका सुन के ऐसा लग रहा था कि सब कुछ इजी गोइंग है, मतलब ऐसा लग रहा है मुझे। मतलब मैं आईआईटी में भी वर्कशॉप में जाता हूँ तो वहाँ ऐसा लगता है कि ये मैं एक्चुअली में नैनीताल रीजन में हूँ, कुमाऊं यूनिवर्सिटी में, ये यहाँ एक्चुअली में फैसिलिटी भी नहीं है और लगता है कि हाँ कुछ करना चाहिए एज ए रिसर्च। दूसरा मैं सर थोड़ा सा मैं क्या सही सोच रहा हूँ कि मैं गलत रिसर्च नहीं कर पाऊंगा सर। मैं भले ही मेरे को डॉक्टर पीएचडी ना मिले, मेरे को पीएचडी ना मिले, मुझे इसका मलाल नहीं रहेगा, लेकिन मैं गलत नहीं कर पाऊंगा सर।
नहीं, गलत नहीं करना चाहिए। आज नहीं कल आप फंस जाएंगे, वो आप गलत नहीं करना चाहिए।
हाँ,
और
बिल्कुल सर, ये मेरे से नहीं हो पाएगा सर। अंटिल एंड अनलेस यू नॉट डायग्नोज द प्रॉब्लम, तो मैं कैसे अपने आगे डॉक्टर लगाऊं सर।
नहीं, वही है कि वो आपको उसमें गाइड का रोल यहाँ ही पर आ जाता है। देखिए आप
गाइड इसीलिए अच्छा ना, गाइड करे मैं तब तक, जब तक मेरे पे सही नहीं होगा मैं नहीं करूंगा।
नहीं देखिए
आप मोटिवेट रहिए, आप काम करते रहिए बस।
आप बहुत है क्या ना कि पहले बात है कि आप एक ही बार बड़े हाई Q1 रैंक और बड़ी हाई पेपर में आप भेज रहे हैं, रिजेक्ट हो रहा है बार बार। आप
हाँ, सही कह रहे हैं सर, आप सही कह रहे हैं। हाँ,
एक कॉन्फ्रेंस में आपने लिखा तो कम से कम वो एक पेपर कॉन्फ्रेंस का है, अभी तो 0 है आपके पास।
जी सर, जीरो है बिल्कुल। हाँ,
डिप्रेशन शुरू हो जाएगा। और कुछ भी कितना भी मोटिवेशन कर लें, कितना आपको दौड़ाते रहेंगे 4 साल बाद, जगह रहो है, सो जाओगे आप। तो
अच्छा,
केवल हम ये कहते हैं कि आप धीरे धीरे आगे बढ़िए, चलिए ठीक है। हम नहीं कहते हैं कि आपका विजन स्ट्रांग नहीं होना चाहिए, वो एकदम बढ़िया से नहीं छपना चाहिए, छपना चाहिए, लेकिन स्लोली एंड स्लो। समटाइम्स अपने ही वर्क को, छोटे छोटे वर्क को लेके मिला के बड़ा हो जाता है, तो वो कहते हैं कि अच्छा तो अच्छे जर्नल में छप जाता है, क्योंकि वो कहते हैं कंट्रीब्यूशन सफिशिएंट है। तो बहुत सब चीजें, इस पर एक डिस्कशन अलग से इसको करेंगे। लेट अदर पीपल टू आल्सो आंसर।
थैंक यू सर, बहुत अच्छा लगा सर। आई एम रियली थैंकफुल टू यू सर, ऑल सर, रियली थैंकफुल।
Miss Neha.
Good evening, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
Good evening, sir. It was definitely an insightful presentation, sir. My question is how to avoid self-plagiarism, because sometimes what happens that we got some idea, we published one paper in a conference, suppose the extended version we wanted to publish in a journal or a transaction, but it get caught in a self-plagiarism sort of thing. So how we can avoid that?
देखिए मैडम, ये जो नॉर्मली क्या होता है कि सेल्फ प्लगरिज्म में नॉर्मली कई जर्नल्स कहते हैं कि कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है, आपका है तो हटा करके ही चेक करते हैं थीसिस में, बट सेल्फ में भी आप एज इट इज कॉपी क्यों कर रहे हो? आपका
As it
एक पैराग्राफ जो लिख रहे हैं उसको दूसरे लैंग्वेज में लिखिए, ये पॉसिबल नहीं है। राम जाता है हम 10 वर्ड से लिख सकते हैं।
okay,
मतलब
okay.
मतलब इसको अपने ही वर्ड को फिर से रिफ्रेश करिए, आप उसको देखिए नहीं, आप उसको अपने ही पेपर को पढ़ करके फिर से लिखिए। वो आपका प्लेगरिज्म को कम करेगा, बट यू कैन नॉट मिनिमाइज टू जीरो। ये जीरो नहीं हो सकता, क्योंकि कंसेप्ट तो वही है ना जो आप कर रहे हैं, वो दूसरे में आपको कॉन्फ्रेंस में थोड़ी सी आइडिया दिया।
Same.
इवन तो
So,
समटाइम्स क्या इक्वेशन के वेरिएबल चेंज, ये सब पॉसिबल है। फिगर का वो कर दो, टेबल का चेंज कर लो, ये पॉसिबल है। टेक्स्ट को भी आप चेंज,
okay.
तो ये आपको अपना आएगी जब कॉपी करते हैं तो नेचुरली कहेगा यार ये तो सब कॉपीड है। तो अपने वर्क को भी आप दूसरे सेंटेंस में लिखने की प्रयास करिए और हो जाता है। वी आल्सो डू इट, वी आल्सो।
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good evening, sir.
हाँ प्रभाकर।
Sir, Honorable sir, really it was a wonderful presentation, and always hearing you again and
Yeah,
again.
this much people will be attending my lecture because I'm
Yes,
in
sir.
Delhi and I'm not using my laptop or my computer because I'm using my mobile and I didn't bring that
Okay,
one.
sir.
And
Sir,
this
really
is
every time.
yeah, so I said, okay, let us go. And just I came from the Modi ji inaugurated na today NEP 2020. In that time I'm here in Delhi. So just morning we
Right,
had the various and other things. So now I said, okay, go ahead with this. Tell me, batao.
Hey, every time, sir, I learn something new, sir. I have one question from a writer's author's point of view. Sir, I wrote one paper, and plagiarism was 35%. And then using chat GPT or some software, I removed it to 15% flag. I submitted it and my paper was published. And then suddenly one day I get the notice from IEEE that you have plagiarized so and so paper. So because that time, at the time of submission, software gave me a very safe passage that it is 15% now you can publish. But suddenly
Yes.
I get the notice. So what I can do to avoid
Yeah,
this?
I Prabhakar, we should be very ethically and morally correct. What happens, you basically many papers, once they are in pipeline, they come after 2 months or 3 months. So
Yes, sir.
even तो हो सकता है कि आपका रिव्यू में चल रहा था, वहां से लेके किसी ने छाप दिया क्यों के लिए, ये उसमें आप जिसका पहले छपता है उसका क्लेम पहले होता है।
Right, sir.
तो वो बाद में आपका चैट जीपीटी या जो भी है आपका वहाँ जो प्लेग या सिमिलरिटी चेक वाला, उस समय वो ऑनलाइन नहीं हो पाया, वो बाद में आया, वहाँ आया और जब आपका जब छपने का हुआ या वो उसका पहले आ गया आपका बाद में आया तो कहेगा देखिए आप इससे कॉपी किए हैं। इट हैपन, दैट्स वाई वो जो पहले वाले शख्स थे ना 4 साल में कुछ नहीं, जितने भी काम किए हैं वो दूसरा कर लेगा, उनका एक भी जीरो हो जाएगा। इसलिए हम कहते हैं कि कुछ आप छापते भी रहो, छोटे छोटे कॉन्फ्रेंसेस, छोटे छोटे, लेकिन समटाइम्स कॉन्फ्रेंस में छाप करके जर्नल में छापना डिफिकल्ट हो जाता है। कहता है अरे ये तो छपा हुआ है, फिर से आप क्या छाप रहे हो, ये अपना ही सेल्फ प्रेगलेंस होता है। ये बहुत सब ये सब इश्यूज है। तो इसलिए यू शुड बी व्हाट एवर यू आर राइटिंग, यू शुड राइट, जस्ट रीड द पेपर, राइट इन योर ओन वर्ड्स, don't copy the figure, don't copy the equations as it is. You can write in your equation different way. You write your, because for shortcut people simply type की चलो यार फटाफट यहाँ से निकाल लो, वो दिक्कत होती है। इक्वेशन लोग ऐसे as it is कॉपी करता है। You think equation if you are writing you should cite properly, और उसको भी आप दूसरे वर्ड्स में लिखिए, as it is ना कॉपी करें।
जी जी सर,
ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा इसमें। ये तो आजकल युग ऐसा है कि वो बहुत डिफिकल्ट हो जाएगा, उसको लोग बहुत आप 1000 पेपर छापे और एक इस टाइप का आ जाएगा तो लोग कहेंगे देखो सब ये छापता रहता है, इधर उधर से नकल करता है, तो इज्जत चली जाती है। तो वी शुड बी वेरी कॉशियस इन दैट।
जी सर,
अब बंद करते हैं वरुण। दिस इज आल्सो रेजिंग द हैंड।
ओके
सर। प्रोफेसर आशीष सिंह सर कुछ शायद पूछना चाह रहे हैं सर।
सर नमस्ते सर।
हाँ, अरे आशीष पूछ रहा है तो फिर तो गड़बड़ है।
नहीं सर, मैं प्रभाकर जी के क्वेश्चन पे थोड़ा सा आगे इसको जरा सा बढ़ाना चाहूंगा कि मतलब एज अदर्स जो हमारे साथ बहुत सारे लोग ऐसे हैं कि जो आज यहाँ पर हो सकता है कि प्रेरणा देने के हिसाब से सीखने के लिए मौजूद हो और आगे प्रेरणा लें इससे,
मेरा एक सवाल है कि क्या सर ये चैट जीपीटी का जैसे प्रभाकर जी ने इस्तेमाल किया, इज इट ए इथिकल ऑप्शन और नॉट?
नहीं, चैट जीपी से इन्होंने क्या किया, ये बहुत गड़बड़ है। वही कह रहा ना कि अपने जब नहीं लिखेंगे तो पकड़ जाएंगे। इसीलिए मैं कह रहा हूं कि वो ठीक नहीं है, आप उसको न यूज करें। वो लोग आजकल बहुत इजी हो रहा है कि वो चैट जीपीटी तो पेपर बना के दे रहा है, नॉट ओनली दिस पेपर दे रहा है कि लो ये पेपर एक आपका वो कुछ टर्म डाल दीजिए, उसको लिख के दे रहा है। वी शुड अवॉइड दिस। ये आज नहीं तो कल इसके पीछे आप पकड़े जाएंगे एंड यू विल बी इन द बिग ट्रबल। वो ठीक नहीं है, मैं उससे नहीं मानता हूँ। आप पढ़िए और लिखिए।
क्योंकि अभी जैसे क्या है कि सर जो सिमिलरिटी जो चेक करने के टूल्स हैं, जैसे हम लोग टर्निटी इस्तेमाल करते हैं, उसमें भी बहुत सारे ऑप्शंस एक प्लेन प्लैगियरिज्म या सिमिलरिटी के आ गए हैं। इसके अलावा वो एक ऑप्शन ये भी देता है कि आपने एआई टूल्स के हिसाब से सिमिलरिटी कितनी पकड़ी है। तो इट इज नॉट डिफिकल्ट टू इमीडिएटली फाइंड इट आउट। कई बार ऐसे हमको नहीं मालूम होता है, हमारे एक स्टूडेंट ने हमको बताया कि सर ये एआई टूल से भी सिमिलरिटी निकलती है, एंड दैट वाज ए बिग लर्निंग फॉर अस। तो हमें मेरा मतलब मैं इस बात में कहना चाह रहा था कि क्या हमें चैट जीपीटी के उपयोग से या किसी भी एआई टूल के उपयोग से बचना चाहिए। जैसे आपने बताया एक बहुत सिंपल तरीका कि अपनी ही चीजों को अपने शब्दों में दोबारा से लिख डालिए।
बिल्कुल।
So that is the best way out rather than using any artificial intelligence based tools. ऐसा इस पे अगर आप कुछ कहें तो।
नहीं, बहुत अच्छा आपने बोला। आई डू एग्री, 100% एग्री। मैं पहले भी कहता हूं कि आप उसी चीज को कई तरह से लिख सकते हैं। ऐसा नहीं है, एक सेंटेंस को कई तरह से रिप्रेजेंट किया जा सकता है, और जहां पर कई सेंटेंसेस है उसको तो इधर उधर मर्ज किया ही जा सकता है।
हाँ
सर मैं एक चीज यहाँ बोलना चाह रहा था सर, आशीष सर। सर मैंने एक्चुअली मैं दूसरे की ही बात रखा था। मैंने कोई पेपर नहीं भेजा था, लेकिन लास्ट दो
यहाँ बोलो, ठीक है, वो मैं समझ गया, ठीक, कोई बात नहीं, वो ठीक है कि
वो तो मैं जान रहा हूँ प्रभाकर जी, आप खुद वो मैं बात समझ गया कि आप किसी का उदाहरण ही लेके रहे थे, अपने ऊपर डाल के ले रहे थे, उसका नाम नहीं लेना चाह रहे।
पिछले ऐसे केसेस आ रहे हैं सर कि लोग मतलब 10% से कम है फिर भी दे हैव कट इन दिस टाइप ऑफ एलिगेशन।
चलो भाई ठीक है, बंद करो भाई, चलना जा रहे हैं लंच करना।
ठीक है सर,
गुड नाइट सर।
थैंक यू सर।
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you. You took out time from your very busy schedule for this lecture, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
नमस्कार सर सभी लोगों को।
All the participants may please leave the room. And one announcement is there that we will upload this lecture on the YouTube channel of IIIE Young Professionals UP section. We will send the link to all the registered participants. Okay, thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.